Hello, hello, hello. Hey, hey boys. Someone followed what I was off stream. Very nice. Thank you, Strike Tom. Even if probably you're not here, but someone followed 3 hours ago when I was not on stream. And here I am. Hello, boys and girls. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to another day of development. Game development. If you always wondered how is game development for real, well, now you can see it. Now you can see how is game development for real. Behind the scenes, you can see the good and the bad. Because sometimes it's also bad. I mean, it's not bad, but sometimes it's, tough. Sometimes it's a bit of a grind, sometimes it's tough, sometimes it's fun, sometimes it's amazing. Depends a bit on the point, but it's not always amazing. I mean, it's not like that you are developing games and all your time are having fun and playing video games, So that's important to understand for the people that wants to do this. Hello, Jerry. Jerry, I did a pretty big update just like 1 hour ago, I think. Because we were facing this problem of command line too long to fit in the bug record, and this problem seems to be related to the fact that the compiler is trying to put all the files that we have to compile on the command line, right? So it's saying like compile this, and it puts a list of all the possible files that are part of the project. The problem is that if the list of files is too high, it may fail with this. So I did some searching and research on the internet, and basically what they say is that the best way is to add to your build file, this thing, which is legacy public include path false, which is kind of a yes, it's avoiding to append all the files to the compiler input. And the problem is that using this causes all the include statements, all the include statements to require the proper path. And so as you can see, I had to change basically everywhere in our code, pointing to the right, to the real path relative to where the file is sitting. So for example, skill cache is sitting under util, and so if I want to access something that is, well, this one doesn't make a lot of sense because it's in the same directory, but if I want to access something that is under net, then I do /net, which is a bit annoying, but I had to do it basically on every file. So I did a huge check-in of I don't know, 50, 60 files or something like that. And so now all the paths are correct, and we are not sending the input anymore to the compiler. I don't know how it will work on Linux and Mac, so we need to be sure that this change is not affecting the compilation with Xcode or with GCC, but I will. I'm sorry, I was yawning. I will test it. And but I've seen that this particular directive is actually recommended now. So is from 4.24 of Unreal Engine is recommended to be standard as false. So I think anyway we did something good. Okay. So and so I think it will be compatible probably with everything else. Hello Tony, how are you? Good day, good afternoon to you as well. Okay, I think I can go back to the normal sites. So what we want to do today, we want to continue what we were doing yesterday. I had a bit of work. I mean, I did some work this morning, just a bit, but just to be sure that we were not really hitting a wall, because I don't like to hit a wall on stream. But I mean, I don't like to hit a wall in general, but on stream I think is even more annoying. So, so I developed a bit of. I mean, I tried to improve a bit of this drag and drop, and I think I reached a point where it should be kind of working. Now I think we just need to test it and see. But I did some changes. I did some significant changes. Now let me just. I think I saved everything, so let me just test where we are, because then I stopped for like a few hours, and so I don't know exactly where we are on that at the moment. So we need, we need to improve the shortcut bar and finish this task. And it seems to be something simple, you know, like dragging a spell from the spell window to the. But considering we have already a fully developed system and there is a lot going on behind the scenes, it's not that easy. It's not that instant, you know. It takes a bit of work, my friend. Okay. So, I mean, the way the Windows system works, I mean, our Windows system works, is that basically whenever you have a slot item being one of those things like in the inventory, right? Whenever you have a slot item, this WD slot item can sense drag and drops. I mean, clicks and releases, right? And there is a kind of a system which is keeping track of what is under my mouse when I hover on one of the WD slots. I don't think I like this system too much because it's basically requiring. I mean, it's good for the tooltip, I would say, because the tooltip is nice. But I don't know if it's so good for the drag and drop. So at the moment on the WD slot, I think we're gonna leave it. But for my spells, I don't want to do the same thing. I don't want to have to track whatever I'm hovering on. I just want to track what I'm clicking on, right? So that's the big difference. So I think the pickup now works okay, and also the drop in an impossible place works okay. So I can pick and drop it in places where I can see what happens here. Yes, and I can drop it in places, you know, where actually it should not go, you see, and it just disappears. So this is kind of working fine. Now the problem is dropping it on top of a command, right? So this is what we need. So we need to be in edit mode, and we need to have a button selected. So, and then we can drop this there. Now I don't know exactly what will happen because okay. So you see now it starts to work kind of fine. So we have. Let me close this. When I dropped defensive wind on top of the shortcut window, right? He created defensive wind as a name, cast the defensive wind as a text, right? Which is what we want. Now if I close it, the problem is that when I close it, it's not, probably because it didn't sense any change. If I, no? It's still working a bit so-so, huh? But, okay, but now our defensive wind is here. You start to cast the spell defensive wind. I can have a defensive wind around me. I think we want the icon though, right? So we want to drop the icon. So let me just check a few other cases. So if I drop when not in edit mode, what happens? It's just clicking on that, but it's not removing the icon. But I think it's okay. You know, I mean, it's a bit annoying, but I mean, I think it's fine. if I'm in edit mode, the problem is that when I'm in edit mode, it's not selecting automatically the first one, you see? So maybe this is what we should do. So we should select automatically the first button. Because at the moment when I go in edit mode, I don't know where I am, you know. It's actually in the last view. So yeah, I think we should absolutely simulate a click on the first one as soon as we open the edit mode. So let me see if I can do that, because I think that will solve a bit of a few glitches. I think it will solve a few glitches. So I need to understand where is the click on the edit mode. I think is here. Macro click while in edit mode. Okay. Update panel. So here is doing whatever it needs to do, and it's taking the current macro. Well, I think I would like to select, before doing this, I would like to select the first macro. Let me just see where this is coming from. Find the references. Update panel. Update panel. Okay, it's coming from here. No, but no, it's not possible. It's coming only from here. I mean, it has to come also from another place, which is this button. Okay, this button is something, right? This button here, what is it? Is this one on clicked? Show hide macro edit panel. Okay, so it's another thing. So it's coming from here. Grid editor, blah blah blah. Select visibility, blah blah blah. Edit mode and not edit mode. Okay, if it goes in edit mode, highlight button, not light. Exiting edit mode, save macro local game. So I think we can do it here, right? We can do here an highlight of the specific button, and also we should set exiting edited mode, save the macro to local client. Okay, but why doesn't I mean, how does it know which is the current macro? It doesn't know it, basically. It doesn't know, because what I want to do this. I just want to do highlight, you know, highlight the button, but you know, which button? Highlight button, target cell. Which button is highlighting? It's taking the current macro. Okay, so so based on this. Okay. Yeah, so we will have to set the current macro to something. Current macro row. Current macro. I think it's this. I don't know if this is working within a row. So this one is always from 0 to 9 or 0 to 8, or if it's changing between. No, I think that is the absolute. That is the absolute number. That is the absolute number. So if I'm in a specific row, so I think I need to take current row and multiply by 9. I think so, because I think I need to get the current row, because you can click on edit also when you are on a different, you know, you can click on edit here, or you can click on edit here, so you can be in any of the rows. And so I just don't know if that starts from 0, start from 1, I have no idea, but I think we need to multiply this by 9, assuming that it starts from 0. I have no idea. There is no tooltip, nothing. So I don't know. How do we know? I think, well, anyway, it does a get to an array, so it must start from 0. Yeah, it must start from 0, because it does a get into an array. An array are always 0 based, right? So I think there is no chances any difference. So so if you multiply this by 9, what happens? What happens? If it's 0, it becomes 0. If it's 1, it becomes 9, which I assume is the first index of the next row. If it's 2, it becomes 18, which is the first, and so on. Yeah, I think it's good. So I think we can do this and then set the current macro to no, I have to do it before the highlight button or it will never work. We can set the current macro to our current row multiplied by 9. Okay. And then we can highlight this button and say that we are in edit mode. Okay, let's see what it does now. Because I think this is gonna clear a bit of the glitches that we were having, that you never know where you are, you know, when you click on edit mode. So I think it will make it less glitchy. Sunday afternoon for me. But yeah, Jerry, if you could recompile everything and see that it works fine for you, I think it will. But I didn't get any feedback. Let me see. Maybe they send me the feedback now. No, they didn't tell me. They didn't tell me if it worked, if my latest commit worked. But I think it will. I think it will remove that problem. I think it will remove that thingy. Okay, let's see if now is a bit cleaner. Okay, so if I click on this, I'm expecting this one to be highlighted. Okay, it didn't happen. It didn't happen. Why? Did he highlight something else? Did he highlight something another? Yeah, he highlighted this one. Okay. He highlighted this one, you see? He highlighted the one in the previous row. Yeah, he highlights the one in the previous row. Why this? So I don't know if this is the first row or why. No. Okay, I think we need to print out those values and understand what values we have, because I went a bit blind on it, you know. And he's highlighting something, but he's not highlighting the right one. So, do you think we should put a kind of a small row number next to the two arrows, just a small number that says 1, 2, and 3, so you know where the hell you are? Scroll box. Where we are? We are inside a scroll box. No, we are inside an overlay. Prev next. Prev next. I don't know if it's nice to have a number there, or it's more of an annoyance than anything. What do you think? Hello, Hula. To have a small number. I mean, for now I can just print out, you know, the number, but so what it's doing is, what is this thing doing? It's working without the 0. So the macro row is actually not 0 based. Why the hell? Okay, it's not 0 based, so it can only be 1, 2, or 3. I was assuming it could start from, it could be 0, 1, and 2, but it's not. So it's 1, 2, and 3. Oh my god, what is this thing? So if we are 1, we go to 2. If we are 2, we go to 3. If we are 3, we go to 1. Yeah, it's basically just a way to cycle. Okay, and then it's doing show macro row. Okay, so this one is going from 1 to 3. This one is going from 1 to 3. So in our holy shit, what is that? So is here. So in our macro mode, no, it's not here. What is it? I'm lost already. Let me click here and say view. There are too many functions, boys. Okay, is it? So we cannot assume that. So this will basically multiply and come to 9. So it will be the other row, which is not good. We need. I don't know why I was doing 1 before that. So if he's 1, if the current macro row is 1, we want to get 0 as a result. If it's 2, we want to get 9. If it's 3, we want to get 18. Right? So what do? We do multiplied by 9 minus 9. Multiplied by 9 minus 9 sounds a bit weird, but probably is the way to do it. What do you think? Yeah, I think we will do it like this. It's a bit weird, but it's okay. So multiply by 9 minus 9. This will set to the current macro, and then we will go to highlight. Okay. So this in theory should give. We can maybe print out what we get as a result. Okay. So we will print out our current macro. But basically should cycle between 0, 9, 18, 0, 9, 18, 0, 9, 18, and so on, right? If we go up or down. This is what I think it should do. And if that works, I'm expecting, the first button to be highlighted. I have a problem to see your monitor. Like in throw is not clear. It's not clear. Maybe your bandwidth is a bit lower today, or you are downloading something, or what? Because it should be good. You should go at the bottom right. Right, at the bottom right, blurry. If you go at the bottom right, there is a small gear icon, and you should select the quality. And if it's in auto quality, automatic quality, you will choose the quality based on your internet speed at that particular moment. Or you can select the higher one and see what happens. Okay, so if I'm here, I'm getting a 0. If I'm here, I'm getting an 18. If I'm here, I'm getting a 9. Perfect. Okay, you see that the first one is only the one that is highlighted. Okay, so now I think it's a bit better. The only thing is that I don't see it filling out. Or yes, is it filling out what it needs to fill out? So if I do like test, and I close it, I say it doesn't. So it doesn't have the sense that this is actually selected. I have to click it, and then you understand that it's selected. So that selection is not enough. Maybe I need to pass to the macro editor. Wait, maybe I need to pass, because I think the macro editor knows where it is, no? I don't know if this macro editor knows. Like, for example, let me do something. Let me go on another one, like this. Then I close it. Then I go back. Okay, so now the macro editor is empty. I click here, and you see it's not updating it based on the first selection. It's updating it only when I click it. But so we need also to call. So there is a step missing. After this, which now is correct, so I think I will remove the print because it's just messing up with us. After this, we also need to call is to simulate that we clicked on that button, right? And to simulate the click, what should we call? I think we should call the first button, because it's inside WD button, right? It's inside the WD button, but actually no, actually it's here. Is in this thing. Yes, it's here. So we should call this one with the ID. Yeah. Can we call this? I think we can. We should be able to call it macro edit macro button click event. Yes, we can. And we can pass as an ID the current macro. Okay, so this will basically simulate that we clicked on it. Will be as clicking it. So it will select the first and it will click it. You are downloading. Yes, if you are downloading, then your internet is going to be slower, and the if you are downloading, yes, that's the reason. That's the reason, my friend. That's the reason, my friend. Where are you from, Hulla? Where are you from? Okay, so we connect. Oh, you're French. Aha. I can speak French. Je peux parler français. Pas très bien, mais je peux parler. I can speak French if I want, but I mean, my French is so-so. Because I'm not using it. Because I'm not using it often, you know. Okay, so what is this? Okay, so now when I click here, I'm expecting, you see, now it's selecting it, and much better, boys. Much better. Okay, I think it's good. Il est une question que tu veux me demander since beaucoup de temps. Hein? That's not bad, hein? Il y a une question que je veux demander beaucoup de temps. Since, I don't know. Since much time. Since, I don't know. Yes, I speak English most of the time. I speak English, yes. But French, I mean, sometimes, but I can listen to it with no big trouble. But I cannot really. I mean, my mind is like wired for English and Italian. So if I try to speak French, half of the word will come out as English, I think. So it's not really easy for me to, just because I'm not used to it. But I think the vocabulary, I mean, I know some. I mean, I don't know a lot, but I know some. It's just okay. So this thing is working now. Okay, at least we have the edit being a bit smarter. Okay, so what does it mean? It means that if we click the edit button and then we drop this here, at least we will get it on the right thing. And if I close it, I'm expecting. Okay, why is not doing that? Why when you close it is just not taking the values from so if I do this, it's doing this properly, but then when I close it without clicking, if I click here it will work, I'm sure. But hello Wayne, good afternoon to you, or good morning, depend where you are. So I was expecting this, to actually do something. I think Jerry, you did a change here, right? You modified it to make it a bit better, but show hide macro edit panel. So if I close it, which is here, exiting edit mode, save macro to local client game slot, but it's not copying the values in the current tag. So the only thing that is okay. So I think we need another thing after this. We need. Let me just check if it's enough to. Oops. Let me check if it's enough to click on this. Do you think it is, huh? No. But it took defensive wind at least. No, I think he's sensing every single. He's sensing every single thing, So I think we need a new function that is just saving the whole thing. Otherwise, yeah. When we close it, how do we want to do it? We want to do it when we close it, it's taking all the data and it's saving it again, or do we want to force an update on this and this? Because I think I can force kind of an update on these two things if I want from the code, right? So I can say here, this thing has been changed, this thing has been changed, or here we can ensure that you see this on text commit. We could call on text commit, I could call, maybe it's the easiest. But maybe I cannot do it. Maybe I cannot call this thing. Of the text box, no, I think I can. Of the text box, so I can take the text box label and call on text committed bind event. No, I don't want to bind event, I want to call. I cannot simulate. That is not good. But why? When I change the text, it should anyway go here, no? I can I can I focus this and defocus this? I think if I do that, it's a bit of a trick, you know, but I think it will work. If I do a focus and defocus on the two, I think it will trigger the. I think it will trigger the thing. I would like to do it maybe the opposite way, so that. I think this will do the trick. We'll do the trick. The other thing we want to do, we want to set the icon. The icon is a bit of a mess, boys, because the icon we will have to go under magic. We will have to go under magic. We will have to select magic. And then we will have to select. This is a bit of a mess. We will have to select magic. And then select, because these icons are not corresponding to these icons. Just because we created them in a very different way. This is pretty bad. How do I do? Because this drop down is created in a very different way. Which is pretty stupid, by the way. I think we should create it. I mean, on one side I like it because you can choose, you know, you can choose directly weapons and then one of the weapons, or you can choose magic and one of the magic. But you know, the annoying part of this is that it is not linked to what we have in the game, right? And I don't like it. I want to destroy this thing. I want to remove it. So destroy, not in a physical way, but I want to remove this. I think we should make it different. I think we should. I think the first drop down I think is nice because it's pointing just to the specific atlas, and I think the first drop down we can keep. But then the second drop down, I don't want it. The second drop down, I don't want it. Okay, we're gonna do this. Okay, we're gonna do this. It's not super high importance, but I think it would be good to do because that thing should not exist as it is. Okay, we are going on a trip, boys. We are going on a trip to change that window. You ready? You ready for it? Can we use WD button? I would say yes, as long as we don't allow to click it or we don't do anything for clicking it. So I'm going to remove this. Believe it or not, I'm going to remove this. Boom. And I'm going to add here what is the best? The WD icon. I think a WD icon. So also this, I think will need to become a bit larger because how do we decide? Top left. We decided like this, top and left. I need to recover a bit of space because here in the middle I will need a WD button thingy, which I guess is pretty big. Yeah, exactly. It's fairly big. And well, I can remove icon and I can just put the mark, you know. Or I can do, can I move it? No, I can't. I have to move it like, I have to move it text icon. Can I move it to? Can I move it to the right? Yeah, but a bit more. Yeah, but a bit more. Okay, I think if I can put the. What if I remove the text and I just put the icon here? I would like to have the text above the check mark, but I don't think it's possible. Is it possible? How do I say that this thing should go above? Image size, the tint, the scaling, margin, line height, wrapping, enable behavior, transform, scale -1. What do you mean scale -1? What is this? Why scale 1 is okay. Translation. If I do 1, what happens? It's moving it there. So I could actually do this and this. Okay. Okay, I think this works for me. Yeah, here I know it's a bit weird because you have a place that now is no more padding left. I don't know exactly how it's considering. Oops. 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 So if we go top like 30, I don't know, whatever it is, like 35, whatever it is, and left we go like 10, and icon at this point we put it more to the right. Is it okay, or it looks like why has this thing? I don't know. I can put the icon outside, by the way. Why this text is so stupid? It's very weird. Why this text is the opposite direction? It's the scale -1, huh? Okay. For some reason, why it's connected to this is, but okay, fine. Okay, I think it's okay. So 0, 0, we go there, right? But if we want it where we want it, I think we can go like this. And do we want this before or after? Maybe it's better if I do the opposite. So I put icon on the left with the mark, and this one I put it on the right. What do you think? Maybe. I cover my thingy. I put it on the left. Yeah, I think it's better. It looks much more meaningful, you know. The fact that it is in the right place. Left, left 0. Left 8, left 18, left. Okay, something like that. So if you click on the icon, you will see the icon here, and fuck, but I also need a way to scroll. So I need this panel to be slightly bigger. How do I do it? I need this panel to be Does this panel resize automatically if I add something? Well, we can check. We can check. If I move this here, no, it doesn't. It doesn't resize at all. So how is this panel size defined? Take all the space. Take all the space because this one is inside a grid. And I always struggle to understand exactly these things, like how are things distributed. Okay, there is a kind of a separator. Then inside this overlay, there is the combo, this, the icon, the help, the clear, the input binding, and the other button. And then here there is a background. Here there is spacer. Maybe it's this thing. Spacer. Spacer is a sides. Okay. Okay, good. So I think we can give a bit more space to this. Which, by the way, makes sense because I mean, it's not that you are going to type a lot of text. This is the most important part, right? And then we are going to place two small arrows here as well. Can we use the same arrows that we had here? I think this one were nice, no? This one were what? These are WT button? No, these are standard buttons. I think we can copy and paste. And I will paste it inside the overlay. And why is not showing? Oh, wait. I copied the wrong one, I guess. Copy and paste. Okay, yes, I copied the wrong one. So this will be button icon prev, button icon prev, and this one will be positioned. Why is positioned here, like in the middle of nowhere? Consider the my overlay. Button icon prev, right? Yeah. Why is like in the middle? Because is on the left. Okay, is on the left. Okay, we can have left of 30. No, sorry, right of 30. Okay, maybe 25. I don't know. Right of 25. Top of wow, 50. No, 25. Yes, top of 25. Okay, something like that. And then we will have the next. So copy, paste. Okay, this one will be button icon next. Button icon next, and this one will be right 30. We said. No, how much we said? Right 25. Okay, right 25. And top. Here is 25. Okay, top 25. I think it looks, I mean, I don't know if it's exactly at the level, but I think it looks good. Maybe we can put it a bit closer to the image. Yeah, let's try maybe 28. Also 30, I think is fine. I think 30 is fine. Something like this. I think even a bit closer, because otherwise it looks like it's something else. Let's try a 35 and 35. Okay, so I think that, so basically what I want to do, I want to allow to select any icon in the game, whatever is the icon. Hello Marcelo, good afternoon. So, yeah, now nothing will compile because I deleted that thing in the middle. So now what we need to do, WD button icon, let's call it. Right, so this will be the one holding our icon, and as a default it will be empty. Instead of test, can we write empty, because test is so bad. Let's say empty. Why we need to have test written on it? Never understood really. Is it too big for yeah, it changes a bit the size of the huh? But I can go 10 maybe, and so now it's fine. And yes, now it's fine. Now it's not changing the size anymore. Okay, good. So we just have empty. I don't know why we have test, but test was not a great idea. So now whenever we open this window, I don't know if this one is automatically selected or not when I launch it, because if it's automatically selected, yes, selected option miscellaneous. So yes, it's automatically selected, which is good and bad, but so I think when I open the window, so when I open the edit panel, right? No, let me first do let me first do, so when I select this or that, so on clicked, right? So I need to add here the on click for both of them. And what will happen? On click, okay. So here will be select icon for shortcut. Okay. So what will happen here? I need to keep there is one problem. There is one problem, that the atlas are not all identical. The atlas are not all identical. Meaning that there can be some atlas that have like 10 by 10, and others maybe they are 6 by 6, and others, so that's a kind of a problem. It is a kind of a problem. Like this one, miscellaneous. That is already different, right? No, it's the same. These two are the same size. But if they are always the same size, I think we can live with that. But if we go, and for example, there was one called weapons. No, it seems to be the same size. Well, if they are the same size, then I think it's okay. 3, 6, 9, 12, 16. So it's 16 by 16. Yeah, 16 by 16. Okay, because we need to move between these slots. The problem is that many slots are empty. Yeah, that's a problem, but I don't have a solution to that. I don't have a solution. Or we cycle, or we allow the player to enter two numbers, or if we just want to cycle, I think we will cycle horizontally, and yeah, I think we will cycle horizontally. So how do we do this? I need to keep so 16 by 16. I need to keep two temporary variables, right, which are referring to the current. Now let's call it current icon x and current icon y, and these are integer obviously. Current icon x, current icon y, right? And these two will be originally initialized as 0. Yes, they are already initialized as 0. So whenever I do a next, I should check if the current x is equal to 16. Do I want to start from 0? Yes, I said I want to start from 0. So if it's equal to 15, then we need to change the row, right? If it's equal to 15, if the x is equal to 15, then we need to change the row. And to change the row, it means that we need to set, we need to set this, but I think we can do a plus plus. Incrementing, okay, so it's incrementing this by 1. Assuming that we are not already at the end. So if we are at the end, I don't think someone will click 90 times, but assume it. Because 16 by 16, how much is it? I should know it being 1256. You have to click 256 times to go through all the icons. Wow, that's a bit too much. I mean, all the icons of one category, by the way. All the icons of one category. Hey, we have a lot of icons. I don't know. So here we need to check if we need to change the row and the current y is equal to 15 as well, which I think will never happen, but anyway, no one will click 250 times, but in case they do, we just reset it to. So this is the case basically where we are at the last row and last icon. So in this case, we just reset the current x and the current y to 0, 0. Okay. So here we reset it to 0, 0. In case we are at the last column but not at the last row, then we just increment the row and we set the x to 0, right? And we set the x to 0. So here we basically went down one line. We went down one line and back to all to the left. Then if we are in the situation where we are not at the last row, we are not at the last column. Well, that's easy. If it's not the last column, we just increment x, right? We just increment x. Okay, so this is basically doing the increment and the. And are there other cases? I don't think so. So I think there is 9. Ah, fuck, there is the previous though. Shit. That is only for the next. We have to do the same thing. We have to do the same thing for the previous. Okay. So I think would be identical, just with some inversions or whatever. I think would be identical. So if it's the previous, and we are at the row 0, at the column, sorry, the column 0, so if the x is 0, then we check if we are also at the row 0, and in this case, well, in this case maybe we don't allow him to do anything, you know, we don't want him to roll back to the last icon in the set. No, we do nothing. So this will not allow him to go after 0, 0, going back after 0, 0. If is not the last, then we just decrement the x, no, not the y. We just decrement the x, right? We just decrement the x. So we go back one column. If we are not at the first row, if we are not at the first row, and we are decrementing, why here I have two why here I will have 3 branches and here I will have only 2 branches? I think I fucked up something. But anyway, because here I need 3 branches then. So if I'm not at the last, if I'm not at the first row, right, I need to check, because I placed the row before the column. If I place the column before, then I don't have to do this double check, because here I will have to check the same thing. If I'm at the first column, yeah, that's why. I think so. I don't know. Okay, so the schema was completely different at the end. Let me try. I don't know. My sixth sense is telling me I have to do this. So if I'm at the first column, okay. If I'm at the first column, I need to check if the x is also 0. And if the x is also 0, I do nothing, because I don't want him to go backward after 0, 0. And if it's false, I just, we said, decrement the x, okay? Okay, if is not the first row, yeah, but I still need to check if we are at 0. There is no chance. I need another branch, boys. I need another branch. Now it's the same. I still need to know if we are not at 0. In the x, and if I'm not at 0, I can just decrement the x. So I go down 1, yes. If, 1 second, because I need more space. If I am at 0, then I need to change the row. So I need to do y minus minus. I need to do y minus minus. And then I need also to set the x at 15, which is the end of the line. Okay. I don't know exactly why I have 3 branches here and 2 branches here, but maybe it's correct. I don't know. Let me just review this 1 second. I'm checking if I am, so here I'm incrementing. I'm checking if I am at the last of the row. If I'm not at the last of the row, I just increment it, and that's easy. If I am the last of the row, I check if I'm also the last row, I mean last column, the last row, then I reset to 0, 0, okay, and it's good. If I'm not the last of the column, then what I do, then I increment the row and I set the x to 0. Yeah, it's correct. No, I don't need any other cases. I don't know why when I go backward I need 3 checks, when I go forward I need 2 checks, but it seems to be fine to me. It seems to be fine. So what happens next though? Because this is just a number that goes from 0 to 16, and then the rows going from 0 to 16. So from 0 to 15. After we have done this, we need to set the. We need to do a setup button, right? How do I do it at the end of this shit? I think I will do a sequence. I think I would do a sequence, which is probably the easiest. So I do sequence this, and then when this is finished, because it's anyway waiting the finish of this, I will do my setup button of WD button icon, right? So here I need to, I think there is a setup. There is a setup. Setup, what is taking? Is taking the atlas position. I need to make this way bigger, boys. Way bigger. It takes the atlas position. Okay, something like that. It takes the atlas position, which are exactly our x and y. Okay, that's the reason why I did all this mess. Which I have no idea, by the way, why they are float, because cannot be half of the cell. But anyway, then in terms of material, we need to get the one that is the currently selected drop down. Current icon category. Okay, we have the current icon category, so we can just get this. No, wait. The current icon category should be changed. Yeah, should be changed to the current icon atlas. I mean, it can be called category, but it should point to an atlas. It should point to current icon category, which is this thing. It should not point anymore to a data table, but it should point to a material. It should point to a material. Yes, I know, I will fuck up a lot of stuff. Yeah, I know. And at this point, we will need to select MM Master Weapons. T icons magic, right? So this one, T icons magic, should have a material. No? M Atlas icons magic, exactly. M Atlas icons weapons. Yes, exactly. I should be a material instance then. Okay, I should be a material instance. I think that the difference is that he wants a material instance. Material instance. Material instance. Okay, change everything. Yes, yes, yes. Don't worry, don't worry. It will be good. So here, if I search for weapons, okay, now I have the Atlas weapons. Here, if I search magic, there should be an Atlas icon magic. Okay, perfect. If I search UI, well, let me search Atlas UI, Atlas icon UI, yes. And if I search miscellaneous, no, miscellaneous, I should have an Atlas icons miscellaneous. Okay, so now we have set the proper Atlas for each of these categories, which I guess these will be the categories we will use for now. Now, yes, this is obviously going to be populate icon selector. Populate icon selector. I think this function we are not going to use anymore. Exactly. I think this function is GG. Is done. Is finished. And now, yeah, now we will have some issue in readapting, obviously, in readapting icon selector. On selection changed, combo box, icon selector, combo box, icon selector. This should not exist anymore. The icon selector category exists, but the icon selector himself, I removed it. So this one, set array element. I think we can set selected option, container reference, macro, set selected option. Now this one doesn't exist anymore, so this one we can remove. The problem is this one. Why this one is still compiling? Because in theory it should not exist. Macro click in edit mode. Edit panel, blah blah blah. Yes, now we will have to store. Now we will have to store in our macro. Instead, so we need to change, unfortunately, we need to change the format of our macro, okay? Because our macro was defined with struct macro. Struct macro, we need to change that as well. Struct macro is here. So struct macro doesn't have anymore an icon category. Well, Well, yes, the icon category can be the icon category is the pointer to the atlas, right? So this one I think is fine. It's just the icon. The icon is no more an icon. It has to become an icon X and an icon Y coordinate. This needs to become an integer, and we need a new variable which we will move next to this one, which we will call icon Y, right? So we change the structure. Now this change is going to do a mess, I know already. Like we need to delete our save game or nothing will work. But now that our macro are different, as you can see, we got here some new stuff, right? And we got the X and the Y. So the item category, I can still go in the set icon category selector. That's no problem. This works well. Combo box icon category selector is fine. But this one is not existing anymore. So this one we should call a setup button. Now I don't know if I want to do it. Let me see how complex is the setup button. The setup button is requiring a ton of stuff. Yeah. So no, we don't want to do it this way. We want to create a new function here, which is called setup icon button. Okay, and this one will do the job. Okay, and this one needs to take as an input. Not as an output, as an input our icon X as an integer and our icon Y as an integer, and the panel, right? And the icon category. Now the icon category, I don't know if I wanted a string but I think yes, because we are setting the string current macro category, right? Is this one, huh? Current icon category. I think we already have it. It's a material instance. We can go directly in. Material instance. I think we can go directly with the material instance here. And this one will take our WD button icon and we'll do a setup button. And I'm not sure I have to do more than this, but I think what I need to do is just to set my icons and my material. Tooltip will be empty, text mode will be off, optional text will be off. I think that is the thing. Okay, so now that we have a setup button here, right? Now that we have a setup button here, yeah, now everything will complain because it will not be the same anymore. Yeah, fortunately. But it's pretty easy because we just need to connect these two and disconnect this one that doesn't exist anymore, you know, and it will be fixed. We will do the same here. So luckily the editor is pretty good in this because it's identifying all the errors and it's telling you which one needs to be fixed. So you don't have to go back yourself and check every place, but this one I don't understand too much. Item icon 3. This was just the default. Clear. Yes, it's just the default. So the default we can go 0, 0. I think it's okay. We can go 0, 0 in Yes, we can go 0, 0. Now, whenever we have the setup button by icon name, I think we need to change it with our setup button. So all these boxes will have to be changed, I think. Yeah, I think so. I think so. And this one, so this one we can go just 0, 0, and then we can go the miscellaneous UI. Right? And I think this will be current macro. Why needs the current macro? Oh, current macro. Text mode. Because the default was text mode. The default was text mode. No, but wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. This one is setting up WD button. Now this one has nothing to do. This one is setting up the buttons in the shortcut bar. So this one can stay where it is. Ignore it. Ignore it, boys. Let's just do the ones that we need to do, not the others. So icon, and here we can remove this one. Okay. Icon X, icon Y. Set a button by icon name. Ah, no, yes. We will obviously have to change this as well. Fuck. Yeah. We will have to change this as well because yeah, I will have to change this. So I will have to call material, get icon name, get icon material, get icon category. So or we set yeah, I was expecting anyway this change to mess up a few things. So I was prepared for the mess. Okay, I'm prepared for the mess. So don't panic. Don't panic. We can do this. He's obviously changing a lot of stuff. Yes, I know. I'm aware of this. I'm aware of this. Get material instance by path. Why we do all this shit? Why we can just DT icon? Yeah, because we were going by data table. Okay, so it is much simpler. Okay, this is way simpler, and we just need to switch. We just need to switch no, careful. Careful, my friend. You are doing something you don't want to do. You are doing something that you don't want to do. Because this one is inside WD button. And this one is used in 1.5 million places. Okay, so we don't want to change the functionality of WD button, right? Thank God I realized that. And I didn't start to change this, otherwise it would have been a cascade effect in 1 million places. And I would have to anyway to roll back. Okay, so I don't want to change the single component. I want to change the way we manage only in the shortcuts bar. Okay, so only in this window the setup. So this will not be. Yeah, the problem is that I don't have a way to send. No, I have, because anyway the button has two setup. You see, there is setup button by icon name, and there is another one which is just setup button. So we just call setup button and we pass the X and the Y and the material. So again, no panic. I don't know this current macro, what the hell is it? Because we pass this ID. It's setting the ID of the button. Okay, setting the ID of the button. Here we don't have it, huh? So basically we will not have an ID set. Do we need this ID? Well, actually, when we click it, we send back the ID. It's kind of bad that this function does not have the ID. Maybe I can add it. I think if I add it, I will not break anything because it's just one additional parameter. And wherever this is called, it will go to 0 automatically unless I set it. So I think will be maybe kind of fine. I'm just super careful in changing that, because if we change it, I don't know if we need this ID, but I think we need it. I could also do this. I could also do. I could also call my setup icon button, okay, which is simpler than this, and then I could set the ID. You know, I can add. The fact is that I'm using it only when I'm setting the let me analyze it, because we have two cases. When we are setting the button which is inside the icon choice, we are setting the button inside the shortcut bar. They are two completely different places. So one is this big one and one is this one. Now both are WT buttons and both should be set up like the same way, but they are two different ones, okay? So here we are speaking of the one that is at the top. Exactly. And the one that is at the top needs the ID. There is no chance. It needs the ID. All the rest, we don't care, but it needs the ID. And we are also setting, by the way, the tooltip and everything else. The category is the one that is giving us the atlas, huh? I'm trying to think what is the less invasive way to do this change. The less invasive way to do this change. Because here we have, so I think the less invasive way is to keep the structure of this as similar as possible to the structure of this. So in reality here I want to have icon category, tooltip, and ID in text mode. I'm just replicating it exactly the same, or what? I can also do something. I can also add a new function here, which by the way is kind of this one, but this one is missing a lot of the stuff. For example, it's missing the ID, and is assuming I already have the material. Let me check where this one is called from, because I want to understand the impact of this change. I want to understand the impact of this change. Well, it's not too bad, eh? It's only in the merchant window and in the shortcut window. By the way, why we are calling it from the merchant window, I don't think is a good idea. Icon name, icon image, icon category. ID we pass the 0. It's just because we had the icon name and we wanted to go through that. Because if I can remove this dependency, setup items, merchant window. No. No, here I cannot break it because it's actually coming like this with the icon image. So this one I cannot really break it. This one I cannot really break it. Fuck it. Okay. I cannot break it. Can I break this one? Holy shit. No, I guess this one I cannot break. I can make I think I need to make my own. I think I need to make my own inside Win Shortcut, which is what I already did, which is this setup icon button. And this one we'll have to take the same parameters. The problem is that now in the macro I'm saving the x and the y. I have no other chance. I need to save the x and the y because these are the new values. The icon name, I don't have it anymore. The icon category, I can pass it in. So I can keep maybe the icon category as a string. Okay, let's try to do this. Let's try to keep the icon category as a name or as a string or whatever it was. I think it was a name. Okay. I think it was a name. To keep the ID here as well. To keep the ID, which is an integer. To keep the text mode, the tooltip, and the optional text. So to keep all this stuff. Okay, let's try. So the tooltip, so we'll keep the tooltip, which is a name. The text mode, which is a boolean, and the optional text, which is a name as well. Okay. So now our thing has the same inputs at least of the old one. So we could, we can now substitute this without too much pain. So I can take this and put it here. No, what is this? It is a text. Okay, text. I want it like a million lines. So I can put this into this. I can put this into this. The tooltip was coming from here. The ID was coming from the current macro. The icon category was coming from icon category. The X and Y, I just connect them new. And the target is this guy. What? Yeah, I don't need. No, I need it. I need the button to change. I need the button to change. So I need another parameter here, which is called WD button ref or target, we can call it. I don't know. But anyway, this would be a WD button thingy, and this thing I think should go at the beginning. Okay. Because we need to say which button we need to change. Okay. So now, having done this, I think I can delete this one and substitute it fully with this one. Now, the only one that was missing was the icon, which was actually the icon name. Yes, but the icon name has been substituted by X and Y. So I think I can do this. This is a bit risky, eh? Boys, it's a bit risky. Why can I delete it? I click on delete, nothing happens. because this icon is still in, so I need to delete this first and then delete this. No, I cannot delete it. Okay. It cannot be deleted. Why cannot be deleted? Okay, it was not recompiled. Okay, so I don't know how we can make this look a bit more sane than what it is, but I think that now is this one is substituted with our new function. The problem is that this is only one of the many places, I guess, where we are. Well, this was the main one, but this is only one of the many places where we are changing that. So the problem is that now that we have is that inside of it made sense to you? Nice. Now we need now the drag and drop is not affected by this in any way. I would say that is affecting the new icon selector that we created in the window, because we created this new icon selector which is smarter than the previous one, and I really want it to be this way. Otherwise we have to manually maintain just those icons, and to me makes no sense. So I don't want to manually maintain the icons dedicated to the shortcuts. So they should be exactly the same that are available in the rest of the game. And this is why I'm doing this. But it's a bit of a mess, but okay. Now what we need to do, we need inside of this, which actually now is broken as expected, I need to connect this, and this, which is easy. But the hardest part, well, not the hardest, but one of the parts is the I hope I can set the ID. Set ID. Yes, I can. So I would just set the ID as well of my button to be equal to this. Okay. And now the problem is the material. The material. Yeah, now I need to use this reference. Okay, now the problem is the material, but the material, actually we do it exactly like we did it here. So I think there was a switch, right? There was a switch on name, and we can use the same switch, and based on the name we will select a different material. So I think we need to have a local variable. Can we have a local variable inside this shit? Yeah, I think we can. And this one will be name what? Will be called like icon atlas. Right? An icon atlas will point to why material interface? What the hell? I need a material instance, not a material interface. Okay, but it goes into it. Okay, fine. So if we are, so we will have 4 of those, right? We will have 4 of those, and those will point to the 4 different atlases. So Atlas weapon, Atlas magic, Atlas UI, and Atlas mesh. Okay. Then after we have set that, okay, we just, in this variable, we just set it here, okay? And we set the ID, and, sorry, just forgot to connect this, obviously. So it has to be connected to the selection, and just we switch on that. Okay, so I think that is kind of good. Now, so this function compiles, and it's called setup icon button, and it works for both. It works for both the button on the top and the button at the bottom, I think. There is no drag and drop. Drag and drop. There are no dragons, yes. It's one of the problems. Okay, so now that we have done this, let's put some music maybe. Let's put some music. Let's see if we got the... Let's see... Volume 5. Let's see if we got the strike yesterday for the Tetris thing. No, we didn't. But we got another. We got another claim. We got another copyright claim for what? Ezio confronts Lucrezia. There is one song of the... There is one song of Assassin's Creed. I think is YouTube completely dead. YouTube like super dead. Why? This was when we... Why there is no... Sorry, why there is no thingy? Why there is no Winamp thing at the bottom? Ah, you didn't tell me. Why you didn't tell me there is no Winamp at the bottom? I mean, not the song thing at the bottom of the screen. You didn't tell me. Okay. It was missing. I don't know why. Since how many streams was missing? No idea. 2 or 3 streams at least. So I don't know which one is it. But there is a song of... There is a song of Assassin's Creed, but I have no idea which one. Let me see if I can... I found it. Okay, we can remove it. We got a copyright strike on this one, so I will remove it. There is inside Brotherhood, Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. Why only that one? No idea. on millions of songs, only that one, but okay. We will mute it. Okay, I ask it to remove it from the. I ask it to remove it from the video. That one, I mean, you can mute. You can mute the parts of the video which are in copyright strike if the video is not too long. If the video is too long, it doesn't work. Okay, let me just see what we do here, because now we need to fix a bunch of stuff. Hello, Jean. Hello. I had a question for you yesterday, but I think you were not here. The question is the following. I have a bunch of stuff to manage the keyboard inside PS character, inside my character blueprint. Right? I don't know exactly why it's there, but I was thinking that, I mean, a character by itself doesn't have a keyboard. It's only the player controller that has the keyboard. So isn't better to move all the keyboard stuff into the player controller instead? Or is there a reason why it works also on character and why I need to keep it on character? I mean, do you have any opinion on that, or is the same? But because I don't know, all those controls at the character BP level, kind of weird at the end. Okay, we are very deep into this thing, so I need to focus. So this one we do a setup button icon by name. Now you see that here again we have the same problem. We have the same problem because the current category will not exist anymore. No, sorry, the current name doesn't exist anymore. Combo box icon selector. Combo box icon selector. Combo box icon selector, I deleted it. How can you still have this on selection change? This doesn't exist anymore. Macro text changed. Macro text changed. Macro script text changed. So here we need just to connect. Item icon doesn't exist anymore, no, because it's substituted by our icon X and Y. So we think we are safe to remove it. Okay. Macro click while in editing mode. Because when you possess a pawn character, you can have extra functionality for each character. So like when I mount something, I'm using the input for that particular character, and I can add, I don't know, another key. I don't know, J for jump. That maybe is doing a special jump for the mount, something like that. I don't know. Okay. better to do it in the pawn character. You mean pawn character, or you mean player controller? In the player controller, I would move all the controls, because it makes no sense, you know. The character as input. If he's an NPC, he has all that code into him, but he would never use it. I don't know. Unless you possess the... But if you possess the NPC, you still have your player controller, eh? I don't know, I will think another day, but okay, thank you for your answer. I think it gives me a perspective on that. What are we doing here? I have no idea. Here we are clicking in editing mode. We are setting the current macro. We are for each loop macro click while in edit mode. Okay, macro click while in edit mode. Okay, I'm updating the edit panel. I want to... Yeah, I want to set... For sure I want to set the icon, huh? Yeah, exactly. So I need to set... instead of doing this, which doesn't exist anymore, I need to set up my icon button. So I need to substitute this with this. And well, this case is WD button for sure. Because it's the one inside the macro editor. The X and Y, I can take them from here. The text mode can go there, yes. The key binding goes there. The icon was going to a place that now it doesn't go anywhere anymore. But we need the category, the item category. Now this mix between name and string are so annoying to me, but text mode, text mode. Text mode. Optional text we don't have because we don't save it. Optional text we don't have, so we stay empty. Tooltip we said that we set it at the same as the label. So it will be the same as the label. ID doesn't count, so ID we can leave it empty. What's this? And this one we can remove. I don't know. Let's see. I think this change is a small change, but with a lot of impact. So I don't know. I think we will have to test to see what is going on then, because I think a lot of stuff will be fucked up in the macro editor. But we'll see. I told you we were going a bit on a trip. You know, I said we are going on a trip, boys, and this is what we are doing. So on icon select, but this thing doesn't exist anymore. I don't know how can he keep a function on a combo box which doesn't exist. But anyway, we should change it with so this thing should go this thing should be so all this block in reality now becomes this block, which is what I was doing, right? But instead of setup button, so let's call it because I think we need to do more than just this. We need also to call, yes, we also need to set it on the macro and all of that. So it's kind of a messerinos. So let's call it update data structures after icon change, okay? And I create a new method which is called update data structures after icon change. Okay, it's a bit of a long name, but in this case I need it. Now the selected item so okay, so we're calling this function after we do all the mess of changing the icon. And here what we need to do. So this doesn't make any sense anymore. Instead of this, we need our new setup button icon. Right? Yes. In which we are. The problem is that we need to set up two. Yes, we need to set up two. We need to set up two. So we need current X and current Y. And we need to set them here. We need the current macro category. We need the tooltip. We need the text mode. We need the optional test, which I don't know what is it. We need the ID. And we need the target. So this one is setting up. Okay, this one is setting up button in the shortcut bar. Okay, he's setting up the button in the shortcut bar. This one I can delete. So it's basically doing the same. Now the problem is that we didn't do the other one, which is so we need to do, one second, because here I think we need way more stuff. Item icon doesn't exist anymore, man, so should so this one is just removed. This one is just removed. Okay, then I need another setup icon. Oops, I need another setup icon button, which in this case is taking my WD button icon as an input, right? And this one is the same. I mean, it's taking exactly the same stuff. So the X and the Y, the category, the ID I don't care in this case, the tooltip, exactly the same stuff. The text mode, the optional text, and that's it. Okay. So we are setting up the one in the bar and the one in the thing. Okay. Okay. Does this compile now? No. Make blank macros. Okay, this is fine. We can remove it from here. And then there is still one. Where are we here? We are when I create a button widget and add it to the wrapping window. This is when we are creating and loading from the disk. Okay. When we are loading from the disk. So again, we need to use our setup, our new setup button icon, right? With the same parameters, just that now we have icon X and icon Y, the icon category, the ID, the tooltip, which is coming from the label, yes, the text mode, which is coming from text mode, the optional text, which is coming from here, and the button, which is this one. And I have connected everything, so I can delete this guy. Okay. Okay. We can do it, boys. We can do it. Okay, so we save this, and still we have a problem here. Could not find function populate icon selector. Yes, because I deleted it. And also this one, set icon selector category, I can delete it now. Or not. Set icon. No, we are already using the no, this one I need. Yes. This one I need. Okay, it compiled. It compiled doesn't mean that it will work. Hello, Arctic Raven. Well, It's a tiger. I mean, it looks like a tiger, but in reality, it's an Enkidukai. And you may ask, what the hell is an Enkidukai? An Enkidukai is a failing race of our world, of our fictional world, where we actually have failing races. So it's one of the races of the game. Believe it or not. Okay. So we compile this thing, okay? Now, do we want to see what happens if I try to launch it? I think a mess will happen because. But let's see. Okay, we're gonna save. We delete our save game because obviously this is containing now macro that are no more compatible with anything because they are using the old format where we didn't have X and Y, right? So now I did so many changes that I need to launch it just to see where we are, okay? Because it's so many changes. I don't even know if the shortcut window will display, you know, and then we have to go step by step and retest everything and see what it does, okay? It's an Enkidukai. Whoa. What brings you here, Arctic Raven? Are you a developer or you are a gamer? Are you like Unreal Engine or? Hello, Shrike Tom. Welcome. Thank you for joining. Thank you for joining. If you like what you see, click on follow. Okay, so you do 3D modeling? Nice. Okay, the shortcut window actually is displayed, which I'm pretty amazed of. Okay, so the shortcut window is displayed without too much trouble, and now let me see if I want to, if I click on something should be fine, but if I want to edit something now, okay, selecting the first one, let me try to do test. Now let me call it hello, and it will do /say hello. Okay, and then I bind it to key number 1. No, because it's already assigned. Number 2, no, because it's already assigned. Number 3, no, because it's already assigned. Number 4, no. Number 5, okay, number 5 is not assigned. Okay, we bind it to number 5. We bind it to number 5, and we close. Okay, the first thing that happened is that this didn't update. Maybe it was not updating before as well. Well, it kind of updated though. If we click on this, okay. So the basic functionality seems to be here. So I didn't break too much stuff, okay? Let me try to quit and see if this hello is loaded as startup. We are not too much in trouble, huh? It looks like. If you do 3D modeling and you want to help us, you can join us, Arctic. We need 3D modelers for sure. We are a group of people that are doing this for fun, so there is no specific commercial or monetary objective behind. Obviously, if we get money, why not? But you know, it's not is not the primary objective. The primary objective is to make a game, have fun, learn how to do it, and so we consider it a bit of a hobby if you want. Okay, the loading works, so I didn't break too much stuff, which I'm very happy about. So the loading works, because now I have my allow that I set, as you can see. And I guess if I click it, it's still working. Yes, okay. That is pretty good. Now we go for the new functionality then. So the new functionality is this small icon here. So if I click on this arrow, in theory, okay. I have to click on the icon first. Okay, I have to click on the icon, but as you can see, it seems to be working fine, boys. It's insane. So it's taking the icons from the UI. It's taking the icons from the UI thing, which is icons. I have all open except that one. Okay, so under textures, icons, UI. I think it's reading this one. As you can see, there are 3 that are empty. So if I go forward, at a certain point it becomes empty, but then if I continue, I reach this one, which is here, and then I reach the other ones. Now let me see if it goes to the next row properly. So when I arrive at the crystal, I should see the mouth. Okay, I arrive at the crystal, so now I should see the mouth. Okay, it kind of works. If I go back from the mouth to the crystal, nice. Okay, seems to work okay, this thing. Now we are in the UI field. Now I will select another one. So I will go to magic. It's not updating it real time. I need to do this, but it's okay. I mean, it's not too bad. I need to do this. So magic works as well, and so on. So I think all will work then. There are many empty, but it's okay. And then weapons. One thing it's not doing is not resetting the number. When I change this, it should reset X and Y. So to go to the first one. Okay, but that's kind of easy to do. Yes, that is very important, otherwise it will make a bit of a mess. Okay, but it seems that it's setting it, so I'm pretty happy about that. Pretty happy about that. Pretty happy about that. So I can actually set my icons properly. I can resize my bar, so I can put it at the bottom if I want, which is probably where everyone will keep it. Maybe we should make it a default, you know. For some reason I cannot, because there is one that is too big. Okay. I can make it one line but not one column. But okay. Okay, so this is very good. I'm very happy about that, and I don't know how it worked so easy after all those changes. Yes, we need a GG. It was pretty good. It was pretty good. I think we need a GG, no? After a long fight, huh? Okay, ready? GG! You can do it twice. GG! We did it. Okay. So this thing works fine. Someone said hello. I mean, it was me. I can say hi. So that thing works fine. Okay. So we need to do a few things. We need to remove all the mess that was there before. So all the stuff that now we are not using, we should delete. Okay. All the stuff you were not using, we should delete. So now the problem is to delete the right stuff. Okay. But basically, we had under data, we had this thing which was called icons, which was basically a way to manually maintain. You see, dark 1, dark 2, dark 3, to manually maintain the icons that we wanted to have in the shortcut bar. This is exactly what I don't want to see. And so these ones now in theory should have no references anymore. Should have no references. They still have reference in WD button. Why? I think there is still a function. Yeah, there is still this get icon material, but you know what? I think this one should not be used anymore by anyone at this point. Well, actually is used by this guy. Is used by this guy. But this guy now is used only by one window. No, is still used by a few. Is used by. Why we still have two places where we use the old function? On check state change icon check. Yes. Yes. No, we don't want to use this anymore. We want to use our new one. We want to use our new one. So the target will be this. This will be 0, 0, yes. The category. The ID will be the current macro. The tooltip is the label. The text mode is text mode. The optional text is this thing. Okay, so we connected everything. I think I can remove it. And anyway, if you are new, guys, if you have any question about the game, any question on what I'm doing, please ask. I mean, I like to keep the channel as interactive as possible. So I think I can delete it, right? I connected everything here. I just need to connect the X and the Y. But no, the X and the Y I can leave it as the X and the Y. I don't know, we can connect them. We can connect them. Okay, so we substituted it with our new function. Now, yes, there are a lot of lines going around, but not much I can do about that. becoming even worse. But I mean, it could be a bit better if I put it here. Slightly better. Okay. So we remove this dependency, which is nice. We remove this dependency. Now I want to remove also the second one. No, the second one, which was this. Okay. So we have another place where we are still using the old function, and is when we are clearing the macro. Okay, clear current macro. Okay, so we should still use our new function, which now is, you know, the solution to all problems. And this one is just going to set kind of an empty icon. So we just need to connect the right button, but then we can have 0, 0, category none, tooltip none, ID we should connect it, optional text and text mode. Okay, so this way is identical to this one, apart from the tooltip, which here is empty and here is none, but I don't know what difference it makes. And so we can delete it. Okay. So okay, so I think that is good. So we removed the two more dependencies of the old function. Let me just do the setting of 0, 0 when I change the selector, otherwise I will forget about it. Okay. So when I do the change, when I click on this, right, on selection change, I want to combo box icon category, set icon selector category, set icon selector category, but this thing also should not be called anymore, eh? Set icon selector category. I don't think we need this. No, we need it. No, we need it. This one we need it. This one we need it. No, we need it. It's setting the category. Okay, so setting the category is fine. Now, now what do we do, boys? Now we need to connect. So now that we did that, I just want to reset the X and Y. So I want to reset the X and Y of my thing. I don't know if it's enough to do it like this, so that they restart from 0, or if I need to do more. I think I need to set up the button again, because that button will have to be reset. So, but if I do this, how do I populate it? Well, I can get the category is easy. Is this one? The category is easy. The tooltip I don't care. The X and Y goes to 0, and I mean I could connect it, but it's stupid. It's 0 anyway. The ID goes to 0. The text mode is off, and the button is our WD button. Okay, nice. So I think we did the reset and we removed the only problem is that we still have some dependencies on this thing. We still have some we have one dependency left. This thing now, let me do the search. Is used only by one window. Is used only by one window, which is the merchant window. Okay, we can leave it. I mean, it's a bit of a waste to have one function only for one. But anyway. But anyway, I don't want to change it now. I don't want to change it now, so it means that the category is empty. So if the category is empty, it means that we will have a default material, right? And the default material will be local material instance. Searching item name. Get material by instance, DT row name icons, DT item icons. I'm gonna do this. I did it. I deleted. I deleted all of that. I think it's not used. I think this thing is not used. I think we use only this way. I think we use only this way. So if that's true, if that is true, I can avoid the category here. And I can delete the 4 files which I was willing to delete since the beginning, and is one of the reasons why I started to do this change, which are these 4 files here. So these 4 files now should have no references anymore. Exactly. They have no references anymore. Okay. Okay, we can delete them, I think. And we can delete also this directory. Okay. Okay, now I cleaned a bit of the old stuff. Now I'm not sure if I cleaned everything, but character BP, I didn't change character BP. Okay, change it. I didn't do any change to it, but if you really want. Okay, so now we are in good shape because we have our window working as expected. This window working as expected. The icon, which is actually popping up as expected. What is this? Warcraft 3. Now we have this working as expected. So what we need to do? We need to go back to where we were before this change. Okay. Before this change, we were here. And we were doing the drag and drop of the spell into the bar, but I stopped because the icon displayed here was an icon that was impossible for me to display. Now that I did this change, I think I can go back to the drop. So when we are dropping, is this song really Warcraft 3, or is someone that added his own song to the Warcraft 3 folder? Sounds like a bad version of Metallica. Okay, so update macro by spell. So what we know of that object. What we know of that object is the icon image. You see this one. So if this one is actually valid, and it should be valid, I should be able to now to update in the same way I do in the Win spell book, because actually, okay, let me check how we do it here. Okay, so inside the W spell entry we update this. How do we update it? But we have a WD slot, which is a different thing. It looks like a WD button though. No, it's a WD button in fact. It's a WD button. It's a WD button. It's a WD button, so how do we update that? Get table data row, DT item icons, get instance material by pan, setup button. Okay. So we do it in the same way, just going in DT item icon. So which is identical of calling our setup by icon name, which is identical to our setup by icon name, right? So I think we can the setup Yes. I think I know what I need to do now. I think I know, boys! I think I know. The category is never used. The category, we can't remove it. Let's remove this category thing. It's just confusing us. It's not used anymore, so we're not gonna use it anymore. The tooltip, we put it equal to the name, and the ID we don't care. The text mode should be off, and the optional text we don't care. So by doing this, in theory, we should get, if I did everything right, which I don't know, but we should get also the icon. The problem will be the problem will be fuck. There is a big issue. There is a big issue. Fuck. There is a big issue. I mean, this will update it, but when I'm going to save the macro, that one will not work at all. Fuck it. Really? Yeah. Because they are done in two different ways. Holy shit. No, there is a solution though to this problem. I mean, I can show you what happens now, but it's not. I mean, it's good, but it's not good at the same time. I can show you what happens now, but I think I know how to fix it. It is a bit of a mess, but I mean, it's not a mess, but definitely it requires a bit of time. I don't know, half an hour or so, I don't know. But let's see. Let's see first if we get the right icon, okay? And then we can think of another problem. Can I save the X and Y? If I could save the X and Y, but no, but I need anyway that icon to be available. Okay, so what happens now, or what will happen now, if I open my spell book and by the way, here the icons have changed, right? Why the first one is always the reset? The first one is always the reset, why? What? Okay, we have a bit of a problem. The first one is always the reset for whatever reason. But okay, apart from that, Apart from that, if I take this and I drop it into a valid slot, it cannot actually drop it. I mean, it can, but at the same time, it cannot select it here. Am I getting at least the right name or not? Am I getting at least the right name or not? I need to print out this image name and see what is it, because I'm thinking, so in the spell book, because the spellbook is using another icon set, you know, so that's the problem. The spellbook is using another icon set. No, actually, no, sorry. No, actually, no. Is using the spell. No, is using the magic set. Is using magic. Is using magic. So at the end, is using DT item icons as well. But so I think I will get a number out of that. I will get a number which is then mapped to this. Yes. We have a way. I see it. This image is for sure a number. And this number is pointing to our data table, to our DT icon, whatever. So the only thing I need to do is just to get the get data table freaking thing. Yeah, which is actually this, right? Yes. No, it's much easier. It's much easier. I just need to see what we get here, but we should get a number, okay? Let's see what we get, but we should get a number. Let's see what we get. We should get a number like, I don't know, 200 and something. So let's assume we get a number. So if we get a number, we go into this setup, right? We go into this setup, and I pass in this number into icon image, yes. And then it should work. Why is it not working then? Maybe the number is not the right one. But it's strange because I mean the simplification that I did, is exactly helping now, you know? Is exactly helping now. Our code category and split number? What do you mean? Our code category... I mean, there is no category anymore here. Because we removed that concept of category, so the category is not there anymore. Or well, I mean, it is only for the macro, but not for the icon. The icon is just using the atlases. different atlases. So when I drop this there, I want to see a number, okay? 288, exactly. If I take the other one, 307. Perfect. 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 So 288 and 307. If we go into our DT item icons, I don't know, 288, I don't know where is it, but will correspond, you know, to that particular icon. Okay, icons magic position 00, icon magic position 00 is exactly this symbol, you see. So it will correspond to the right thing. Now, why is not working though? It's kind of weird, huh? I mean, if I get the right number here and I pass in the right number here, right? And I pass in the right number here, and I update, well, there is a problem though, that I need to update because this get macro structure actually has the other setup execute macro. No, but it will never go here, right? It just goes above. Yes, correct. It just goes above here. So, do I also get an ID? I also get an ID, right? I get two numbers. One valid, okay. So, because there is the button number 1. And if I do it on another button, I will get like 5. Okay. Okay, so I get the right ID. But here I'm not passing the ID anywhere. No. I need to know. Here I need my ID, otherwise I don't know where I'm updating it. So I need the ID. I need the ID passed to this thing. We should be the same ID coming from there, yes. And that's kind of fine. But then, okay, so I pass in the ID, and so here I have the ID of the button that I need to update. Okay. What I'm a bit amazed, I mean it's a bit weird, is why this button is not changing its icon the proper way. Because, okay, I'm not passing the ID, but the ID, okay, the ID is used here, but icon name, I'm passing it in the right one. Icon name, yes, icon name. I'm passing the number into icon name. Then it's going here and it's passing icon name, and icon name is connected to the get data table row, right? So it's connected to this thing, and this thing, I should say searching item in table. It should say this. Do we see it? Do we see a searching item in table or not? No, I don't see it. I don't see it. This condition is false. If what is this shit? What is this shit? If the length of none is greater than 1. What the fuck is this branch, boys? It was coming from the previous code. I forgot to remove it. Okay, that's why it's not doing it. So now we will go through this. I forgot a piece. There was a leftover of something. Okay. So it's going through this. So we'll see it going through now. So we will get the right value. We will return the right values. Now it would be very nice for me. You know what I can do? I can call this function myself, and I can. You know what I can do? So I don't use this freaking thing, which I don't like, by the way. I can call. Instead of using setup button by icon name, no, because it's all inside of that shit. Maybe I can add a return. Can I make this a function and can I make this a function and return? Because the only thing I need are x, y. Fuck, I need x, y, but I need also the category somehow. I mean the category, I need the atlas. I need the atlas. I need the x and y. I need the x and y in the atlas, otherwise it will never save it. I need the x and y and the atlas. So I return it, but what I would do with it, because let's assume that this one is returning me x and y and the thing, I will then be able to set it properly into my macro, right? Because whenever I change something, so for example here, macro click when edit mode, okay, that's okay, no, but when I click, for example, item category selector. Like this example, macro script text change. So when I go here and I change the what is this new var0? I'm gonna name it in a way that makes sense. So temp script lines. Fuck, new var0. You see that basically we always set into the array the changes that we do. So also when we are dragging and dropping, if we want to ensure that the macro is saved, we need to change this array, otherwise it will not save it. So this piece, you know, should go in my update macro, right? So here I should have a thing that says, you know, I should have a thing that says save changed icon to macros array. You know, otherwise, if I don't do this, it will never save it, right? Now the problem I have is how to set it. How to set it, because the current macro is the ID. The current macro is the ID, and that's easy. But basically, the ones that we changed are the icon X, icon Y, and the icon category. So these are the ones that we changed. And I don't have any of the three. I don't have any of the three. So this three should come from and by the way, text mode should automatically be disabled, and key binding, well, key binding can stay. If we had a key binding on that one, I think we can keep it. But we need to populate these three elements to be sure that our icon is actually getting saved into the proper array. Otherwise, it will not work. Now, I don't have the X and Y, and I don't have the category. So, or we change this category to be the actual material atlas. That could be a good idea. That could be a good idea. That could be a good idea. If I change this to be the actual atlas, then I can return it from this, and this one I can change to a function. Okay, so the first I think I have a plan. Okay, I have a plan. The question is, can we change this to a function? Okay, we can. Okay, we changed it. Why I have all these crazy lines? What is this? Where is this line going? There. Okay, so why we don't just do it this and we delete this then? Why there is a tooltip 1 now? Because there were two functions, and so the guy is saying we don't need a tooltip 1, and we don't need a text 1, and we don't need a text mode 1. I don't know why I duplicated all these things, but so we changed it to this. We change it to that, huh? So now is a function. Now is a function, which is pretty good. Is a function. Is a function. Can we rename it to without a 1, please? No, cannot, huh? Because you think there is still the previous one. Previous one is not there, I tell you. Previous one is not there at all. Okay. So we have our setup button icon name right? Dun, 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 dun. You are not sure to be a fan of this music? Yeah, tell me which one you don't like. Maybe we removed them. Tell me which ones are like this one, for example. Maybe it's too heavy or too involving. I don't know how to say. So I would like this function to return 3 parameters. One is icon X, another is icon Y, and another is material instance or atlas material atlas material. This will be a material instance. 2 or 3 before? 2 or 3 before. You have to tell me immediately because it's randomized, so I don't know. I mean, I cannot go back. In life, sometimes you cannot go back, and it is one of the times that you cannot. Those are float. Fuck. Okay, those are float. Why they are float, by the way? If they are single elements, why they are float? Okay. In our array, they are integers. So I think it's best if we return integers. Yes. All this mess to do a freaking drag and drop of an icon, bro. Holy shit. But this will help us also in the other drag and drop when we drag from any other place. But 1 and 1? Why 1 and 1 and not 0 and 0? MA Atlas icons. Okay. Okay, so we have this function now. Now this thing will fail. No? Okay, let's call it the same. It's too smart. Nice! Also, Win Merchant will icon category. No, icon category we don't have anymore. Okay, so now I change it to a function, right? And if we can change to a function, now we have the X and Y and the material. Now, I don't know if we can derive from the material the icon category, but no, I think we need to change, unfortunately, I think we need to change item category to be a material instance. You know? I think we need to change this to be a material instance. And this means that I will change it also. No, we already have it. Current icon category, we already have it. We already have it. Do we want to do this? I think we have to do this. It's the only way. There's no possibility, boys. We need to do this. Let's do it. Struct macro. This one becomes icon category. Icon category becomes icon category. Well, I can still be icon category, but it becomes a material instance. Pom 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 pom. Oh oh. Okay. GG. Bum, 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 bum. This one you don't like? Shock. I can remove it, All the ones that you feel are not very good, I can remove. The Warcraft one, the one like they were singing. Look at this, boys. Look at this. Look at this. Luckily I saved everything. I had everything saved, so should be fine. This one is a bit annoying, Yes, let's remove it. Ari Shock. Dragon Age 2. Dragon Age 2. Ari Shock. Yeah, because all the ones that are a bit annoying, you know, we can remove. The Warcraft 3. Which one was it? It was one where they were singing. It was called The Last Day of the Alliance. No. It was called this. No. It was called The Last Day of the Scourge. No. The Remnants of the Horde. No. I have no idea what was the name. I mean, for sure not the Frozen Throne. I have no idea where that song came from. I'm trying them all. Ah, this one, I found it. Okay, I'm going to delete it. Yeah, we need to select the music, you know, I think it's better. So, I mean, it's not easy for me to do it, but if you want, you can tell me. And we can remove them. And maybe we can also find then new ones. Okay. So so we need to change the material instance. Instead of a string, we save the material instance directly, which is anyway a better idea because it's already, you know, the final form. I clicked on open, but nothing is happening. See you, Marcelo. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, let's try to change it again. Hopefully this time it will work. So icon category needs to become a material instance. Okay, this time it did it. Now this change is going to mess up a lot of stuff, but again, it's a good change. It's going to mess up a lot of stuff, yes. You see? As expected. Get macro. Item icon category. Yes, so I need to delete this and keep the other one. And so on. For all the errors I have to do the same. I need to connect this and delete this. For all the ones where it's connected. Now, setup icon button. Yeah. Now, setup icon button. Setup icon button. So we don't need this anymore. We don't need this anymore. I think. Okay, here is where we need to do the thing. So when we are selecting an item, which is obviously a string, now we need to convert it to, so we need a new function which will be called get category material from name, right? And this get material from name is doing exactly this, just the reverse of that. So no. Yes. Yes. So here we have an input, which is our category icon category name or whatever, and this one is a string. Okay, switch on name, fuck it. Okay, we switch on name, and we will return a category material. Which is a material instance. An Atlas mesh. Okay, so this is just a function that allows us to know from the combo box where we select the different things. What is the material that then is associated to this to represent the proper icon, right? So this is just because we decided to have it grouped by category. Now we could have avoided that, but okay, we decided to do it this way, so let's keep it this way. Which I think is good anyway. You have different categories based on the atlas. And so now what we need to do here, we need to call this new function that we just created, right? Put it here and put it here, and then here we will return the icon category. Okay, so now this one will hopefully compile. Yes, this piece will compile, but we still have a lot of other errors, I assume. Yes, so the other errors are because we have a current macro category which is not valid anymore, but instead of using this, we can directly use the current icon category, which is already a material instance. Can connect it here and here. Which is nice. And here we have another problem. Is the same. Okay. So this should be okay now. No, fuck. Why is crashing so much? Did I save when I saved the last time? Well, I saved everything except this one. So I think this is probably the only change that I didn't save. Why is crashing so much? When you are changing data types, I think when you are changing data types, one way would be to like relaunch the, change the data type, save, and relaunch the thing. Also, this song is not great, huh? I will skip it. Okay. Yeah, when the editor is crashing, it's definitely a problem. The editor is doing so much stuff and is keeping track of so many dependencies that, it's insane that it works well the way it works, huh? So, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, obviously, if it crashes, it's kind of a problem for us. Okay, we were here, so we were before doing this, but it's okay, we were not too far from it. We were not too far, so it's fine. So it was just 1 minute. 1 minute before, so it's okay. Okay, so we have, yes, this place, which is what I was doing, and is here that it crashed, huh? Here is where it crashed. Let me see if we can. Okay, now it's fine. Now it's fine. So here, what do we have? Here we have the icon category is already connected though. Ah yes, it's connected here, but it's not connected here. Okay. So I need to connect this here. Okay. Nice. Then we have this one, icon category UI. Why UI? You decide to start from UI, okay. Because this is an empty. Okay. Fine. Then we have this one. This one was actually going in, so now we connect this. And we connect this. Okay. Compile and save. Then we have here, this one is also the same. So we compile and save. Then we have this one, this one. Okay, so this one is the opposite. So I have the material and I need to set the string, the category. So yes, I have the material and I need to set the proper selector, right? So we need another function which is the reverse of this one. So I can do a duplicate and get category name from material. Okay, so it will be the opposite. This one will take an icon category material. And we return the name. So this is exactly the opposite, okay? Now here we need so this will be weapons magic UI and mesh, okay? But we need to compare with can I bring this inside of this? How do I compare it? How do I know? Can I do an equal to? Yeah, I can do an equal object, but I need to compare it with something. Ah, yes, I can just do this. Atlas weapons. Yes. Come on, select it. Okay. So Atlas weapons, Atlas magic, Atlas UI, and Atlas miscellaneous. So this is just allowing us to go from a string to a string to a material. No, from a material to a string, okay? So we say if this is equal to this, if this is equal to this, then return this. If not, check if this is equal to this, and then return this. If not, check if this is equal to this, and return. If not, check this and return this. And bro, if it's false, false, I don't know. If it's false, false, means he didn't find any. So in that case, we will return none. Right? But it should never happen. In theory, it should never happen. Okay. So this is our branch. This is our thing. So now we have this function, get category name from material. And so we can get category name from material. So here we will get the material. We need to do it. Need to do it here in the middle. There's no space. Okay. So we need to do it here. Boom, 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 and at this point, you know, the icon selector category, I don't think we need for anything. So I think that this one we can actually completely remove. Okay, we're getting closer, boys. We're getting closer. It's tough. It takes time, but we are getting closer. Don't lose your faith, okay? Never lose your faith. We can do this. We can do this. Okay, so item category. What is this? Make blank. Okay, so this is the one that is making a blank one. I think we can start. I don't know. We said that we were starting from UI. I don't know exactly why, but let's start from UI. It's fine with me. I mean, it's the same for me. There is still one missing. There is still one missing where I just need to connect this to this. And that's it. Okay. So we converted everything to this. Now let me try to do something and see if the theory, so if I delete this variable, in theory it should never be used, right? Is used here, but this one is never called. No, this one actually is called, but I don't know if we still need to call it. Set icon selector category. Okay, now it's not getting called anymore. I mean, now it's getting called by ear, okay, but it's not getting used anymore. Exactly. So now I can delete it. Nice. Wow, there was a big cleanup, boys. Big cleanup. Big cleanup. Big cleanup, really. Insane cleanup. Insane cleanup. Okay, so guys, if you're new to the stream, I would really appreciate if you can click on follow on Twitch if you like what you see and if you want to learn more about Unreal, and if you can click on subscribe on YouTube, that would be nice. Also, let me do 1 second of advertising, but I will be very quick and then we'll go back to coding, don't worry. We have a Patreon site, which is patreon.com/planeshift, where you can come in and join the other 24 Patreons that are helping us and supporting us. And actually we have a goal of 30 Patreons, so if we can reach 30, that would be very nice. I will do something special on 30, and here you can get, you know, videos, updates, and also you will get access to the alpha release as soon as it's re-released, because we released one already, but at the moment we have to release a new one. So when we release a new alpha, you will have access to it as well, which is pretty good. Okay, end of advertising. End of advertising. Okay, so we did a huge cleanup. We actually did a huge cleanup. Now the question is how this cleanup is helping us to solve the problem that we were trying to solve. I think we are nearly done, because if I go here now and I delete my save game, which is keeping all the macro stuff, right? And so we'll start fresh. Now what I'm expecting is when I start the game, I will be able to set the icon. So the thing that we can do now that we couldn't do before is the setting of the array for item category. When we are updating, when we are dropping in, so basically here, right? Save changed icon to macro array. So this is where we were before my cleanup, right? And I said we cannot get these 3 values. Okay. Now the good news is that we can. Okay. So now we can get these 3 values, and we can set these 3 values properly. So setting those 3 values for us is very helpful, because our macro array will be saved then properly, also for the icon. Now when I drop it, okay, when I drop it. Now the other thing is, when I drop it, do I set up button icon by name? Yes, that is correct. Text mode should be off, ID should be off, yes. But I need to do two things here. I need to set this one, and I also need to set the button array get current macro, right? Get current macro. I need to set this guy as well. Let me just try to create a bit of space. Because we need it. So this one is setting up WD button, which is good. But I also want to set up the this button exactly the same way, by the way. So it would be identical, I guess. Do we want to do the search twice, or do we want to... I think we can do the search twice, fuck it. Okay. They are identical, huh? Okay, they are identical. Okay, so let me try, because we did so many changes that I don't know where we are again. But all of those are good changes, are very good changes. Very good changes, which is cleaning up the mess that was there and fixing some bugs. And now we will have new bugs for sure, but at least we are in the right shape, you know. Now we are in the right shape. Is the music volume okay, or is it too high, or is it too low? Like this song seems that it's like as loud as my voice. Okay, let's see where we are. I mean, it will not be fixed, but I think we will be way closer now. So I open my shortcut bar and I open my spell book, and I want to drag this into that. Now I need to be in edit mode, and I drag this here. Okay, pretty good. So we have the icon here, the only problem is that the tooltip is now 288. Okay, I have to change that to be equal to the... Okay, that's fine. We have the defensing wind, we have the cast defensing wind, but we didn't click on this. Okay, so we need to turn on the icon. We need to turn on the icon, and we need to select the right panel here, because otherwise this one will not be right. This one will not be right. But it's not too bad. Let me see if I do +1. It goes back to UI. Yeah, because I didn't select the UI thingy, and I didn't select the icon. Okay, so those two things we need to do. So the icon and the selector. Okay, strange, because the selector I think I did it, but probably not. The selector. So so we update this. We update this. we update this and this. Okay. Yeah, can we do it in a sequence which is actually logical and not in a sequence which is like completely illogical? So can we do this? So we do the two icons and the two text, you know, one next to each other, so I think it makes more sense. Now I have set the tooltip to be the icon name. That's not a good idea. I need to set it as the item name. So the tooltip should be set as this. And the same here. Okay. Okay. So that will fix the tooltip, which was broken. Then what we said we have to click the icon checkbox, and we need to so we need to click the icon checkbox. I think I would like to do that before everything, because those things are messing up other parts. So I need more space, more space, more space. And I will do it at the beginning. The first thing I will do is to so even before this, yes, even before this, even before this. Before this, I want to set my checkbox What are these things like image 0, image 2, image 3, image 4, image 5? What are these things? Can we give them proper names? Image 4, image 2, image 3, image 5. These are like the horizontal rulers. So let's call it EMG ruler 1, and this one we'll call it EMG ruler 2. By the way, why these are variables? I don't think I'm using them at all. I don't want to see them as variables really. Then there is an image 2, which I have no idea what is it. These are kind of spacers or background thingy. I don't know. No idea what these two are. Corner texture. But anyway, it should not be variables. I think everything has been made a variable, but actually also this one should not be a variable. Also this one, I guess. I don't know why everything became a variable. Okay, so we need to get our WD something. No, our checkbox. Macro label. Let me just rename this to label. Okay. Let's check. What is this checkbox? This checkbox is called check icon. Okay, check icon. check icon. Okay, yes. Get check icon, and we will set the state. I don't know what is status. Set check its state to checked. Then, okay, so we set this one to check because we know we want to drop an image into it. And then we wanted to do what? We wanted to set the selector category, set icon selector category. This thing, Yeah, but this thing is only doing this, but I need him to do a bit more than this. Because I also need to set the option. Yeah, I need to do this. I need to do these two things. I need to do these two things. Set icon selector category. Yes. Yes. I need to do those two things. Again, we are short in space. Wow. We are always short in space. Okay. Okay, so this print, what was this print? Was the image, right? But we don't need it anymore. This one is correct now, so we can remove this. We can remove this. We can put this here. We can put this like here. We can put this down here. And so how do we get from item slot the okay, I need to go through this to have the atlas, fuck it. I need to go through this to get the atlas right. So I cannot do it. I cannot do it before because I need the atlas. I need to do this after. I don't like it doing after because I think it will not work. But okay. But okay. So I will have to do it. I will have to do it here after I got my atlas information. After I got my atlas information, temp items lot dropped. I don't remember what is this, but I think he has to stay as it is. Okay, so here I will have to get from this get category material. Yes, I have to do this. Get category material. I think those three I can stack them because they are doing the same thing. I mean, they are the same kind of function. I will stack them this way. I know it looks like shit, but I don't want to make it bigger. It's already big enough. So we get the category from the material. With this category name, we go here, and with this same category name, we go here. So we set the combo box, we set the selector, and okay, I just need to get now this material. Can I do it the opposite way? Okay. Yeah, it's a bit of a mess, I know. It's a kind of a big mess, huh? Okay, so with this block we are just setting the combo box to be equal to the items that we are dropping in. Boys, it is complex, huh? It is complex. It is complex. Okay, I think unfortunately tonight I need to go, so I cannot stay at dinner or after dinner because I have something to do. But I will continue. Maybe let's just launch it to see if it's doing something better. I need to delete my save game though, for sure. Because I did some significant changes. So we restart the server and the client. Boom, boom. Yeah, we'll go very soon. So if you want to be sure to see me the next time, just click on follow please on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, and maybe check our Patreon site. It will be very nice of you. And okay, let me just check if something is working or not. Okay, so shortcuts. What is it? I see. Shortcut window, spellbook. I go in edit mode and I drag this into this. Okay, we flagged properly the icon. We put the right tooltip. You see that the tooltip now is defensive wind, but we did not set properly this. I don't know why, but this didn't work because this is actually under UI, while I think it should be under magic, right? It's a bit weird that yeah, if I go under magic is correct. Okay, but I think we are pretty much there, boys. We are pretty much there. It's pretty much working. Okay, let me see if I close it. Why does this disappear now? Fuck it. Why disappeared? No. Defensive wind, yes. It defaults to UI. Okay, there is just some small default to fix, but I think it's okay. So let me see if the game is saving it properly now. and if it's getting it right when I restart, okay, which is another good test. Then I really need to go now. Really need to go. Really need to go. Okay, we do this last test and then I go. Okay. But I think we did very good, eh? We did very good. It took a bit of time, but we did a big refactoring of the shortcut bar, changing the things in the way that we have infinite icons. We are using the same icons of the game. We have the drag and drop from the spell book. We are setting a lot of stuff properly. So we deleted that function that we didn't want. So we deleted the additional data tables that were not needed. So we did a lot of good cleanup. I mean, it took a bit for sure, but it was a very nice. It was a very nice change. Yes, it seems that it's keeping it okay. So it's loaded up and saved to the save file properly. So there are just some small glitches in setting this, but it's very small. It's very small, boys, and Gion gets a win with 30 points at the last minute. Okay, boys, I think I'm gonna go. Thank you for watching, and see you soon. I don't think tonight I will stream because I have some stuff to do, unfortunately, but I will try to stream tomorrow evening. During the day I cannot, obviously, because I'm working, but in the evening I can, so I think I will stream. So see you tomorrow evening around 9 o'clock, something like that, my time, Italian time. And yeah, have fun and see you next time. Bye bye. Bye bye, boys. If I open and close my eyes, it does it very